We're going to get started. I'm Max Gomberg with the State Water Board, and this is our fourth workshop in a series of workshops on water loss control as required by SB 555 from 2015. I see many people in the room who've been following this, but for anyone who may be watching online or who's new, the legislature passed SB 555 in 2015. It sets forth requirements for submission of annual water loss audits and protocols for those, and then directed the State Water Board to establish performance standards through a regulation by July of 2020. So we're working up to that, and today we're going to run through the timeline from here through July 2020 in terms of next steps. And so today we're at workshop 4. We've been through 3 previous workshops dealing with different aspects of water loss control, and Kartiki's going to talk through those in a minute, and then we're going to present our framework, which hopefully you all have had a chance to look at. We sent it out about a little under a week ago, and we'll run through all of that. There should be plenty of time for Q&A. So before we dive right in, I'm going to turn it over to Moises Rivera to go over basic ground rules and logistics for the day.
Thank you, Max. Good morning, everyone. Before I get into meeting logistics, facilities logistics, if you need to use the restrooms, we do have restrooms as soon as you exit the doors here to your left-hand side. There's public restrooms in that area. In case of a fire or emergency, the stairs are as soon as you exit the building to your right, big stairway, exit the building. Please do not use the elevators in case of an emergency. Aside from that, for today, we are being webcast, and this is being recorded. So when we engage in questions or discussion, and if you do so wish to speak, we do have microphones available so that those online can be able to hear you. So the microphones themselves, you'll know that they're on if it's on green, and you'll know that they're off if it's red. Pretty basic information. We do ask that once you are to speak, if you could please introduce yourselves so that those in the room and those online could really know who you are. Now, in regards to meeting logistics, we'll be taking a lunch break around noon, and then we'll have an afternoon break after the overview of adjustment provisions for compliance with performance standards, a presentation by Kartiki. So we'll have a 10-minute break in between, just so you're aware. And then for meeting logistics, I like to say we're all adults, and we have some just basic ground rules and courtesy reminders. Please honor people's time, share the air. If you see that you're contributing and you could have a conversation after the fact with either Kartiki or Max, feel free to do so. Speak loud, and please use the microphones again as a courtesy for those who are online. Feel comfortable, and electronic courtesy, please silence your phones. Lastly, for those on the web, we are taking questions for those who are participating online. On the public notice for this meeting, we have Kartiki's email, which is kartiki.naik@waterboards.ca.gov, which is CARTIKI.naik, N-A-I-K, @waterboards.ca.gov. Again, this is posted on the public notice, and you'll be able to contact her information. I'll be reviewing those questions that you're posting online, and once we engage in discussion, we'll address them accordingly. As for now, I want to introduce Dr. Naik.
Thank you, Moy. Good morning to all who could join us here today in person and on the webcast. The document that is that overviews the framework is available on our program page, and I'll be showing where exactly it's available at the end of this quick recap that I'll do there. So just to give a context of what SB 555 is and what the implementation involves and this process that we are having here for that particular rulemaking. This is a short presentation, and a lot of you might have seen a few slides in there before because we are doing a recap, especially this one. So this gives a good context of what the bill does and where we are with respect to it. So Senate Bill 555 was passed in 2015, and it had two parts to it. One is when one part was when it began this statewide monitoring of water loss. So urban retail water suppliers, which is suppliers supplying to more than 3,000 people directly or customers directly or more than 3,000 acre-feet per year, were required to submit an annual water loss audit, which is a spreadsheet which gives a system-wide estimate of what the water losses are for the system to the Department of Water Resources. These audits are required to be validated. More information is again available at the end of my presentation, resources and such. The State Water Board approved about $3.2 million in funding for technical assistance for this water audit submission process, which began in 2017. And there's more information at this link on the slide. The second part of this bill, of Senate Bill 555, is that the State Water Board is required to develop performance standards for water loss through distribution systems through leaks. And these standards are required to be adopted by July 2020. So we expect the rulemaking process to begin June of this year. And right now we are in something called the pre-rulemaking process. And we are having a series of stakeholder meetings right now. So we've had 3 stakeholder meetings already across California, covering data quality of those water loss estimates or additional data that needs to be gathered, focus areas that we need to discuss. We also talked about methods that are out there to reduce, that could be used to reduce water losses, system constraints or lessons learned from implementing those interventions. And we also talked about life cycle costs and avoided costs. Something I missed on the previous slide is that for developing these performance standards, we are required to incorporate life cycle cost assessment while developing these. So this is a big part of this, and we talked about costs that are involved, benefits that are involved, what costs are avoided when you recover that lost water. So in addition to water loss estimates through audits, we are also collecting data through electronic annual reports. And these data are mainly related to system characteristics or real loss or real loss. I'll be using this term more and more in these presentations. Real loss is basically water loss through leaks. That is a physical loss of water as against revenue losses because of meter inaccuracies. So steps taken towards reducing those, the costs incurred. So we are gathering utility-specific data on these particular parameters. We also kind of did this crash course, if you will, on what is the intervention toolbox that is available to all suppliers and what types of approaches they could use and how system characteristics or particular types of the nature of leakage really affect the use of these technologies. So there are several available for detection, going out and looking for leaks. There are sound-based methods, imaging methods, or you could actually have instruments going in pipes and looking for leaks. And there is also the old-fashioned method of reducing your response time for leaks. That's a method out there. Pressure also affects leaks to some degree. We discussed this, and it's kind of the balance to be struck with fire flow requirements. Pressure itself affects leaks in a way that it really expands those defects that are present in pipes. So there are several ways of looking if pressure is affecting your system, doing impact studies in various pressure zones. There are ways to manage and reduce that pressure as well. So pressure really affects leaks in two different ways. One is if it's high pressure, then it expands those defects. Otherwise, there's something known as transients, which cause something like a water hammer effect in pipes. And those could actually stress the pipe enough to break them. So there are methods to control those as well, which can in turn reduce leaks. So looking at all these intervention methods, we also had focused discussions on what works and what doesn't for your systems. And there have been some implementation on either a small scale or a large scale, and we got to hear about some lessons learned from that implementation. And we also had some suggestions for future workshops, which is learning more about what other systems are doing, how their water loss control programs are working, and what different interventions are, which we covered, and case studies. So while we did these focused discussions and went over these interventions, we also covered some case studies on water loss control. And we were happy to have, in addition to having these case studies, which were national or in North America or international, we also had some California utilities talking to us about their water loss control program. One was East Bay Municipal Utility District. And just to give a gist of what they did this mapping of pipes to figure out which pipes to prioritize to replace. So they looked at, all right, this pipe has a higher likelihood of breaking versus it's located above a BART station. So maybe there's a higher likelihood of that pipe breaking and it has a higher consequence. So mapping them together to prioritize which pipes could be replaced faster. They also did a simpler analysis of breaking down materials and seeing which break first. And so they had the high-tech way and they had an old-fashioned way of doing things, and that was interesting to learn about. We also had LADWP and IRWD talking to us about their water loss control programs. And LADWP particularly looked a little deeper into their leakage profile, and looked at how pressure is affecting things, got more measurements for pressure. They have a leak detection pilot program which was completed. And they also looked at metering inaccuracies which could affect water loss estimates. Irvine Ranch Water District also looked a little deeper into their system. They have an actual proactive leak detection program going on, and they looked into pressure. And they also have this training program going on for water loss audits. So while we were looking at all this, there are several methods out there which systems could use to reduce leaks. There have been some implementations, but there are several challenges to different methods that could be used. So pipe material, for example, if a system has a lot of non-metallic pipe, it could affect the way you use leak detection equipment. For example, sound-based leak detection equipment is a little less efficient in non-metallic pipes because you just cannot hear sounds better. There is soil type that could affect these detection methods. Some are just high-cost methods, which have a high capital cost, which might be out of reach for some utilities. So eventually, it's a mix of all these approaches that need to be used. And what we know rather, is that every leak in the system cannot be fixed. There is economics at work here. So though all these approaches can be used, or a combination of these approaches can be used, there is an amount of water which can be economically recovered from the system. And there are several system factors that come into play here. We also, since this bill requires us to use life cycle cost assessment in developing these standards, we also talked about life cycle cost assessment, which is looking at the implementation timeline as a whole, looking at what equipment is used, the planning stage, and the installation, the maintenance. There are several steps to actually implementing an intervention. And looking at all those is life cycle cost assessment. For benefits, in addition to recovering that volume of water, there are several associated benefits that go with it, which is the energy required to produce that water or to supply it to customers. There is also revenue recovery, obviously associated with that water. And there is a public benefit which comes with it, be it with reduction in outages due to breaks, or it's just the public trust of your customers in general. So, but there are several considerations that would go into this. For example, how would the technological advancements really play into a long-term planning strategy? The frequency of droughts, how would the cost of water increase in the future? So there are considerations to be incorporated in this. So this was a recap of the previous meeting. For this one, we have released a framework document for a proposal of standards, and this is available on our program page, which I'll pull up in a bit. So for this meeting, we'll be providing a high-level overview, which Max will be doing, and then talking a bit more about what goes with compliance, what the particular requirements are, the dates, the processes that go with them, and eventually we look at the economic considerations for that assessment. So in case you're interested, here are some resources for the water loss auditing process. This is from the program that the State Water Board funded. There is a list of certified individuals, which is the second link up there. They could certify your water loss audit. So go up to that list, and they have gone through a certification, which means they can certify your audit. If you're interested in the report, it's available at this link up there. And if you need to look at what a water loss audit looks like, it's up there on the Department of Water Resources page. So the program page is available at the Water Board's page. You can see the main page up there under Programs and Conservation, and just go for water loss control, you'll find it. Otherwise, if you find it easier, there's a link at the bottom of this slide. Again, as Moy mentioned, if people on the webcast have questions, please feel free to email me at this address, and we'll address your questions during the meeting. So I'll be happy to take questions.
Okay, so Fiona Sanchez with Orion Ranch Water District, and I realize you're going to be talking more about the economic life cycle in the afternoon, except I have to leave early for another meeting here. But I had a question on the life cycle, on the adaptation. You talked about, you're going to account for future droughts and things with the climate. How is that going to also factor in adaptations that utilities have made for greater resiliency and reliability with climate change? How is that piece also incorporated?
Do you want to answer that, or, I mean?
The short answer is we are going to have a whole nother workshop later this spring on the whole economic model so that we can really dive in on how that's going to work. But the answer today, Fiona, is essentially that what we want to do is account for the fact that the rate of change is accelerating, right? And whether that's, when you look at cost of water, right, whether it's met supplies for people in Southern California, other supplies for people in Northern California, right? It's not sort of just inching along, right? It's going up. So we need to model that in, understanding that when we do have longer and more severe droughts, like the one we just experienced, right, that also has an impact. And then on the other side of the coin, we want to build in, we don't want a static model that says, a utility using certain techniques and technologies in 2021 will continue to use those very same techniques and technologies in 2027 and build that in. So it is going to be sort of a dynamic model. And when we look at ultimately the avoided cost of water, right? What's the marginal cost of your next unit of supply? That matters in terms of which utilities are more, are more vulnerable to supply shortages than others, and we'll have additional information coming in through the conservation process there. But we are going to fold it all in.
This is Ed Osan with NRDC. I don't have any specific questions at the outset, but I just wanted to make an observation sort of for the record that in reviewing this framework, I think it's apparent that the staff has developed a very solid proposal. This reflects a really substantial engagement with the current state of professional practice in the field, and just want to commend the staff for doing a very solid piece of work. I think it's a real credit to the board that we've seen it come this far. And I don't know, maybe it's just because of the, maybe this is top of the mind issue because of the shutdown and the sort of the abuse of the federal workforce, but I think when we have a really strong product developed by our public agencies, we ought to acknowledge it. All that being said, we don't think it's perfect. We've got some questions about it. We'll probably be recommending some changes, but at the outset, just wanted to acknowledge this is a very solid product.
Thank you, Ed. We are addressing some questions from the webcast as well, so give us a brief moment.
So the question is from Gary Trackman. Hello, Kartiki. Would you please elaborate how apparent loss control will be included in the proposed standards, if at all? Also, is the allowable water loss volume limited to real losses, or will it include apparent losses?
So as of now, the proposed framework really focuses on real losses, which are losses through leaks in distribution systems and practices that go with enhancing data quality to measure these losses and eventually get to that standard. But we would welcome detailed suggestions or proposals on how apparent losses could be incorporated in this, as this is a stakeholder engagement process here. I will now pass it to Max to provide an overview of the framework.
Overview. Thanks, Kartiki. And let me say at the outset, thank you, Ed, for the acknowledgement. A lot of work has gone into this. We're still far away from the goal line, and there is a lot of work to do. We don't pretend to think that this is anywhere near the final product, but we are working in that direction, and appreciate all of you who've been with us as we've sort of started developing this whole process, but we still do have a ways to go. But we have reached a milestone where we have come up with a framework for how we think that this regulation could unfold over time. We've been very thoughtful about this. We're approaching this in a very deliberate manner because that's what the topic really entails. Water loss control is not new in the world, but there have been changes to methodologies, to technologies, approaches that have developed over time. There is a well-established state of industry practice here, and we're really building from that base to figure out how to take some guidance that's out there in the world and build that into a regulatory program. And so as you sort of listen through here, think about how we're structuring this as a long-term approach for the industry in California, because we recognize that as usual, there are some systems that are further along than others amongst our 410 urban water utilities in the state. We want to get some things critically right at the outset, and I'm going to talk about that. So I like to, in presentations, cover the 5 W's and the H, but I really want to focus on the why question, just again to ground the discussion and our thought process behind this framework. Why are we doing this? Why is this legislation important? Why is this regulatory process important? Many of you have heard me talk about climate change before. Clearly, it is impacting our hydrology in the state, and that is going to impose additional stresses on water systems from the north to the south and from the coast to inland. And those impacts are being felt, whether it's through wildfires or the slower impacts on the coast from sea level rise and the periodic but more severe droughts that the state has always experienced and will continue to experience as things get warmer, plus the loss of our Sierra snowpack over time. So we've got a lot of challenges in front of us. And the state has a whole suite of policies designed to try to reduce our carbon emissions and to build resilience to all of these impacts. This regulation is a small piece of that overall strategy, but it is a piece. Because to be fully resilient in the water sector, we need our infrastructure to be resilient. We need to make sure we're making efficient use of water that is increasingly valuable due to its scarcity. And we need to acknowledge the energy that goes into producing treated water and do our best to be efficient and reduce that, because even though we're moving towards a future of renewable energy in the state, there's still costs associated with that renewable energy. We still need to really use it as efficiently as possible. So that's the first piece. The second piece really has to do on a global scale with the state's competitive edge. So I'm going to share a little vignette with you with a nod to our colleagues down in San Diego. So I saw recently that San Diego, I think the Chamber of Commerce is rolling out a campaign to attract talented young professionals from those cold areas of the country that are experiencing the polar vortex right now. Come to San Diego, right? We've got a thriving biotech industry, a lot of good job opportunities, and by the way, it's warm. That's great. We want to continue to attract talent to the state, to have a thriving, diverse workforce. And in order to do that, in order to really maintain that edge, we need to have cities where the infrastructure functions. And that includes the above ground stuff that is most visible, that people deal with on a daily basis, whether it's the transit systems, the roads, and so on and so forth. But it also involves the underground infrastructure, the pipes, right? And in order to really maintain California as a place that is vibrant and welcoming, we need to have functioning infrastructure. And in order to do that, we need to make the investments, and so you all who work in the industry are part of that, and this regulation is part of that overall push to make sure we can have talented people, vibrant industries, and livable cities. And then finally, the third bullet there is also sort of the global push. Again, water loss control is something that is tackled across the globe. The challenges are slightly different from country to country, place to place, but the fundamentals are the same, which is to try to economically reduce the amount of water that's being lost out of the pipes. And so people are watching what we're doing here, as usual. In California, people pay attention to what the state does. It matters to other states in the US, and it matters internationally. We have a strong partnership with the Danish government that includes sharing information and cooperation on water loss control, but there are other parts of the world where people are going to pay attention to what California does as well. So there really is an opportunity to be a global model here in terms of setting up this framework. So really there's a lot of importance associated with this process, and therefore we want to get it right as it can be. Like so many things, it's part science, part art in terms of setting standards. But there is a lot of attention being paid to this. We want to do it in a way that is based on the best available foundation of data, best practices, and our broad goals as a state to be ambitious and leading on issues related to climate change and resource management. So I've got a list of goals and challenges here. Again, just to emphasize the goals piece of this regulatory effort, right? It's about responding to climate change. It's about building out our data architecture in the state, making sure we have good data, which is the foundation of making good decisions. And we've got a long way to go, even on our side in terms of just our data management systems. But again, everyone's probably heard the phrase garbage in, garbage out, right? You have to have a strong foundation of good quality data in order to build a reasonable and fair regulatory edifice. Obviously, we want the regulations to be cost effective when you look at both sides of the ledger and you add up all the costs and benefits associated with various water loss control measures, including capital improvement investments, which I'll speak about some more later. And of course, then that's the asset management piece of it. And then again, more broadly, it's always my goal to see that the water industry in California, my state, right, is in a leadership position, is showing the way, is investing in the innovations and striving to have a real culture of excellence. You know, we are doing well in a lot of ways, but there are a lot of ways that we can still improve across the industry. And then, of course, on the flip side, there are a lot of challenges. I don't want to paper over those and acknowledge that we are grappling with them as we go through this process. And again, a lot of it has to do with the data variability, the need to really improve data quality and the time and effort it takes to do that, which is part of the reason our proposal here is phased over time. Knowing that we have amongst 410 utilities a broad range of not only conditions, but size and sophistication, ability to devote resources to things. Not everyone can do what East Bay Mud and DWP and Irvine Ranch can do. But we want to make sure we're bringing the mid-sized cities, the smaller systems along. We do want to provide flexibility in terms of meeting these targets. We are not trying to be overly prescriptive here, and that fits within the overall framework of where the state is going on conservation management, and of course, addressing uncertainty over time. When you develop something that is going to be in existence over a long period of time, there's going to be uncertainty, things are going to change, and adjustments will need to be made. And again, we've tried to build that into the framework here. So it's a stepwise approach. And for those that have seen the document, and I'll talk about the phases in a minute, right? We really are trying to build from the ground up. We want to make sure that across the board, the data quality is where it needs to be, and that there is a shared understanding of what the critical steps are to maintain that data quality and the amount of time and effort that's required to make sure that the numbers are good. And it's not something that is a one-off. And then, again, different utilities are in different stages of addressing water loss, but for many, it's really looking at beyond responding to reported leaks and maybe employing one type of detection method or technology, looking at the whole range of what's available out there and what might make sense for the system or for different parts of the system, and building that out, and the very important trial and error process of seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and building in an iterative way. And so that's built into the framework. And then looking out further and really looking at how to take a system-wide approach that does involve actually replacing pipe that needs to be replaced. That's capital investment. It's time-consuming. It's expensive, and so we've built in a time period so that utilities can really build up to that when it comes to making those plans, getting those investments approved by boards or councils, and helping ratepayers to understand. So here's the basic schematic of the framework. The statute says we need to adopt these regulations by the middle of next year, so we're on track for that. And then we are meshing or harmonizing these regulations with legislation that was passed last year on the customer side of conservation, if you will. And so the way this is set up is that we want to focus on the data piece first. We want to bring everyone up to the starting line. It doesn't do anyone any good if we're basing our volumetric targets on data that is not good. So the focus initially is on improving data quality, and I'll talk through that in a minute. And then we get into this phase where we are in sync with this other conservation piece. And so there are volumetric targets associated with water loss that fit into an annual water efficiency target that is prescribed through legislation that was passed last year, AB 1668 and SB 606. But then water loss does require ultimately investments, operational changes that are interior to the utility. Now, investments, of course, impact your ratepayers, but it's not about their conservation. It's about your operations, your infrastructure, and how you maintain it. And so knowing that it takes time to really build up to system-wide approaches, to do the budgeting for that, to prioritize pipe replacement, we've got a phase that starts after this initial conservation 5-year period that extends out all the way through 2035, where the target, that is how much water you can efficiently lose from your system, goes down, and it's based on the expectation that there will be investments made that maybe weren't possible during that initial implementation phase. And so that's how we phase this. And then beyond that, the goal essentially is knowing that there is going to be variation, things change year to year, but effectively what you can think of as a no backsliding, right? You can't just get there and say, we're done. We want to make sure that all of the procedures are in place to maintain a strong commitment to, again, cost-effective water loss control. So that's the proposed phasing. I'll talk a little bit now more in detail about what goes into each phase. So phase one really has two components. It has a data, they're both data components. One is about operational pressure, and that data component relates to an AWWA standard for certain things that you have to do to make sure that the quality of the data about your pressure is good enough. So that would be the first part of phase one. And that one, as you'll see in a minute, would not apply to all 410 utilities because the vast majority are already there. But as has been pointed out many times, it should be the state's role to really make sure that the utilities that are lagging or struggling are getting up to speed. And so this one in particular focuses on the subset of utilities that haven't gotten there yet in terms of their practices and procedures around monitoring pressure. That's the first one. Second one is component analysis. And again, this is an industry standard that's been developed by practitioners. We're not making this up out of whole cloth here, but the idea is, again, improve that data quality. This would be for everyone again, it's a bottom-up analysis to make sure that all the data that you've been reporting in the audit is as good as it can possibly be, so that when it comes time for us to actually finalize those volumetric standards that will become part of your annual target, that foundation is solid. And there are allowances that we're proposing for modifications or deadline extensions as we go through this. So again, I mentioned on the pressure grading and data collection, what you can see here is the distribution of grades amongst the utilities. And the vast majority, you can see, are already grade 4 and above. So again, this particular requirement on the data quality side would only apply to a small subset of the urban water systems at this point. Again, to get everyone up to the starting line and to make sure that the pressure monitoring is where it needs to be, because pressure monitoring and control is one of those 4 cornerstones of effective water loss control. And of course, some systems can do more on pressure control than others, and we understand that. So on component analysis, that's the second proposed initial data quality requirement that would apply to all the systems. That's really looking at the three categories you see in the pie chart there, right? The three types of leakage, as it were, right? The leakage that you learn about because someone called it in, the leakage that is in the background, which you can get at through most of the detection methods, and then the unreported leaks. And they have different conditions, right, that require different types of responses, but being able to, as accurately as possible, categorize and understand the nature of the leak profile for your utility is really the core of the component analysis, and we think it's a critical step for all the systems, again, to build that data foundation. So, Phase 1, as proposed, would run from 2020, middle of 2020 when our regulation is adopted, through the end of 2022. And the idea here, again, is it's got two components, the pressure grade and the component analysis. And using that data that comes in and additional data from audits, the systems could come to the board and request adjustments from their initial target that we would be setting in 2020. And the initial target is this phase 2 target that would be essentially your 2027 target, during that first 2-year period. So say in 2020, we set a system's initial target at 50 gallons per connection per day, and then subsequent to additional audit and the component analysis, the system comes back and says, hey, we think that for various reasons, we can't get to 50, but we can get to 53. We would then evaluate that, adjust as needed. And that would then become the phase 2 target. Phase 2 is this 5-year window that runs from 2023 through 2027 in sync or with the other conservation pieces, so the outdoor and indoor standard pursuant to last year's legislation that rolls up into this one annual target. So that let's call it that 50 gallons per connection per day would roll into this annual target, and that would be what you would have to include in calculating whether your system is in compliance. The other requirement that we're proposing as part of phase 2, again 2023 through 2027, is 2 additional sets of component analysis. Because again, component analysis isn't a one and done. It's something that needs to be done periodically to make sure that your leak profile, again, is something that you're on top of. And so we would propose that within that window of in this case, 2023 through 2026, we would want it done by 2027, that systems do 2 component analyses, or a minimum of 2. So, and that would be, you could do it in 23 and 25, or 24 and 26, but that you would do 2. And that would, again, help us to have a really good foundation of data in 2027 upon which to make adjustments to the 2035 target. So again, the way this would work is the board adopts the regulation in 2020. The regulation will effectively have a formula in it so that each utility will have information that we have gathered through our annual reports, through the audits, through our economic investigation. That'll all flow into the formula, and that comes out with the number. That will be your phase 2 target, again, in a volumetric volumetric expression, right? And that target will become part of the annual target associated with the conservation legislation. And again, the goal here with phase 2 is not that we're expecting every system to, rush into a massive program that involves, major budget increases for leak detection and repair across the entire distribution system and capital improvement changes, but that the system and the different approaches for leak management, whether it's pressure, whether it's detection and repair, whether it is more advanced approaches to targeting and prioritizing pipe replacement, is in process, so that, again, you're building up to the full system-wide approach beginning in 2028. So then that brings us to phase 3. So phase 3, proposed 2028 through 2035, where we would look at and expect systems to really be having and employing and implementing strategies that are system-wide and that are based on all the data and all the lessons learned over the course of the prior 7 years to reach a more ambitious water loss reduction goal. So just to give example numbers, if we had initially set that phase 2 standard at 50 gallons per connection per day, for phase 3, it might go down to, say, 43. And again, we would base that on all the data that's coming in. The key sort of adjustment period here would be from the end of 2027 through the middle of 2028, when systems could come and say, we think that 43 is too low. Here's the data to prove it. We think we should actually be at 47, type of thing, right? So that's built in as well. Again, we want to incorporate the learning process that will have gone on by then, all the data that's been collected, and whatever new realities we're faced with in terms of the economic profile. And then again, the very long-term goal is just to make sure that everyone is doing the necessary work to maintain good quality data, to maintain, to not let things slip where the amount of leakage is going up again. So to recap, we put this one up in every workshop, and so I know most of you have seen it, right? And again, this is not our graphic. This is the sort of the industry practitioner graphic. But there are 4 main intervention strategies to get at effective real loss control. And so they're the arrows there pointing into the economically recoverable losses, because it's not cost effective to get to zero. But there is a point at which you want to go for reducing every loss that really does make sense from an economic perspective. And again, sort of the way you can think about this is that what we're proposing in terms of phase 2 is really the top and side arrows, right? That where we think most systems would want to focus in phase 2, and then the asset management piece is that phase 3. Now, of course, we know that some utilities are really already deep into asset management. We've got East Bay Mud out there using machine learning to figure out how to prioritize pipe replacement, but not everyone's there. So again, this is sort of the broad concept we're working on. So finally, I just want to address the legislation that is now out there, since it's been introduced, and say that, you know, we're not going to solve this issue in the room today, and really the focus here is on designing a reasonable, effective regulation rather than getting into a back and forth about what the statute should say. But what I want to emphasize here is in terms of what we have put together as this framework in this proposal, you know, does sync up with the conservation legislation for that 2023 through 2027 period. But what we think is really critical here is that in order to have an effective regulation, there does have to be a compliance side to things. Otherwise, it really doesn't have the teeth it needs. And when we're talking about the data quality approaches that we're proposing here as initial and ongoing requirements when it comes to the component analysis, you know, we of course expect that if we issue a regulation saying that everyone should do it, they will. But it helps to have an actual ability to back that up if needed. And so we really do feel that we need to have compliance authority associated with that. And also for the long term, when it comes to thinking about long-term asset management plans and the need for building this system resiliency in terms of infrastructure management, we think that there needs to be some serious transparency and accountability associated with that as well. So again, I don't want to get into too much of a discussion here, but I did want to just address it because I know that everyone is aware the bill is out there and it has the language it has right now. And the legislative year is long and amendments are many. So with that said, I think I'm going to close on this, and we have essentially an hour for Q&A. So I'm happy to take questions and try to work through the discussion.
Fiona Sanchez with Irvine Ranch. I guess I'm not too shy to ask questions, but actually Ed prompted this because I actually did want to comment and just also thank the state board and the staff that have worked on this. I think you've taken a lot of the input that stakeholders have provided and really appreciate the initial emphasis on trying to improve the data quality with the component analysis, because I think that's going to be key to looking forward and developing appropriate performance standards. So really want to thank you for looking at the stepwise approach and you know, the progression, and I think that's a great way to approach the framework. Certainly, like Ed, we probably have questions, probably a lot related to the economic framework that I think we're all going to be interested to see in the spring, but just wanted to acknowledge the efforts that you've made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max. John Mills, a number of public water agency clients. I wanted to share and associate myself with the comments from Irvine Ranch. We agree. Good job on this so far. So emphasis on the so far. Because we too have concerns about the economics of it, and I'm simultaneously working on some of the human right to water issues. And the more efficient your system is, obviously, the more helpful it is in delivering water that's affordable. I'm not going to name any names, but when you have systems that lose 40% of their water downstream of the water treatment plant, you can imagine what the economics of that are, and fixing that is important. There was one slide I have a question on related to SB 555, and that was back on the phase 1 slide. I think one of the first slides, you had a picture of a reservoir. And it seemed to be that somewhere there was a picture with a reservoir and a tank, and you were talking about water loss in the system. And historically, going back now to SBX 77, everything downstream of the treatment plant is the distribution transmission system. Upstream of that is not. And so the raw water part of it, in other words, when I think of reservoirs, they're on a stream. They typically have a hydro plant, senior water rights. That's kind of the standard model we have in the Sierras. So those reservoirs, trying to detect leaks in reservoirs the last guy who tried that, I think, was Emperor Norton. But in any event, it's a fool's game to go into that. So if we move downstream of the treatment plants, I think we're on solid ground. If you have raw water reservoirs that are lined and contained, that's a different matter. Some of the things that they do in Santa Ana watershed are the same way. But when you look at real operational reservoirs, finding losses is really difficult, and I hope we don't go there with this. And I hope your implication was you're talking about urban reservoirs that are lined and in some cases covered.
Yes.
Thank you. That makes me feel better already. I can uncheck one box of concerns. Thank you, Max.
So I saw a couple hands down here.
Question here and then
here. Yeah.
Thank you. Chris Dundon with Contra Costa Water. Nice presentation, and I think I do really appreciate the time frame, and you put a lot of thought into this, and it's a big ask, and I think it's also a necessary one. You know, we have to get our own systems in order if we're going to be asking customers to get theirs. Have you or are you planning to do an economic analysis from the standpoint of, based on the deferred maintenance you think maybe agencies are doing, what it's going to cost, maybe the average, the low, the high cost for agencies to implement this, and I'm talking in the long run, and then the customer willingness to pay, that part of it, because that analysis might be able to be the backing for some giant bond in the future that could, you know, help agencies pay for this. I yesterday met with one of my retailers. There's no money there, and this would just kill them. But if they had funding, it's something they would do. And those are the agencies that have the loss I think you're after. So just consider maybe that economic analysis, you know, impact on the agencies plus the customer's willingness to pay.
Right. So there are a few parts to that question. Let me start with just the ability and then move to willingness to pay. As many of you know, we're also working on addressing ability to pay through a separate process to try to propose to the legislature something to help low-income ratepayers, because you know everyone understands, right, the burden from the increasing cost of water, and there are many drivers for the increasing cost of water, is falling heavy on ratepayers. So definitely something we're working on, aware of. On the willingness to pay here, so the way we want to structure this, and we do have a whole set of slides for the economic analysis for the afternoon, but we want to make sure that, right, that each standard is cost effective, right? So we're not trying for some magic statewide big balancing, right? We want to make sure that it's cost effective for Contra Costa, it's cost effective for DWP, it's cost effective for Orange County, right? Each one. And so I think in terms of setting this up, yes, it's going to cost money. Obviously, replacing pipe costs money, but if we can demonstrate that the benefit associated with that in terms of not having to invest in additional purchase of expensive supplies or development of new supplies or savings on that side will ultimately outweigh those costs, then there's customer value there. So, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Max and Kartiki. Sorry, I was right next to Chris, Sophia. Richard Harris with East Bay Mud, and I guess I sense a theme here, so ditto on the phased approach acknowledgements. I did have, and we may get into this in the afternoon or in the spring, but just looking at your draft proposal here, I just had a couple clarifying questions if you could maybe help answer. So my understanding is in the phase 2, which is 23 through 27, as information is coming in, the utilities and the process is learning more. There's the opportunity for the few adjustment cycles you mentioned. But one of the things that jumped out at me is in the timeline chart in the document, and it talks about there may be a reassessment, as you mentioned, from the initial performance standard to some new performance standard in 28 on. Right. And it talks about that the assessment is going to take place or be reported in 28, yet decisions are going to be made in 27. So I just wanted to make sure you might want to align some of the dates there. It looks a little bit intuitively out of sync, as well as when you would be asking for adjustments in September, November of 27, which is after the June 27 deadline. So if you could clarify that maybe later, that'd be great. The other question I had, when you talk about the longer term sustained implementation, and there's a 3-year average and the 5% variation, just to clarify, so picking a number, you would have a number, but basically a range that is a 5% variation. So a utility wouldn't have a number, it would have from A to B that demonstrates that deviation band. Is that how you would envision?
Right.
Something like that? Okay.
Yeah, so basically, right, let's say the 2035 target was, again, just to pick a number, 40 gallons per connection per day. And then we say, okay, the band now is, 42 to 38, right, over, right, a series of, I think, what would you say, 3 years, right? So that would be the concept.
And if I could, and one related question to that, is your proposal, or how you see this evolving, is that there'll be a formula that will be the calculation based on the EAR reports, all the input, the audits, and then utilities will calculate their number, or based on putting in data, or will the state be calculating a number and presenting that?
I think at this point we're thinking the latter. If there's groundswell to do it the other way, we'll entertain that. But I think it's probably easier for everyone, for us to do it, and then if you think we did it wrong, to tell us, instead of for you to do it, and if we think you did it wrong, to get into it from that perspective. But
yeah, we have a question here, and we have a question there.
Just to clarify Richard's question on adjustments, we have a full-fledged presentation on the adjustments, the dates and everything. There are 2 adjustment periods that go with phase 2 and phase 3 and beyond. So there are 2 separate adjustment periods for those 2 separate phases in terms of volume. But we'll talk more about that in the afternoon.
This is Casey LeBlanc. Thank you for hosting us today. The leakage component analysis don't usually come with the same data controls that we have with the audits. They don't have data validity scores. They're not validated. I'm wondering if the state's looking for not only just the leakage component analysis submitted in 2022 and then 2 more by 2026, are you looking for some specific criteria that the leakage component analyses have to meet?
So at this point, we haven't developed any specific criteria. I think we'd be open to suggestions on any criteria that we might want to attach to those component analyses as part of the regulation.
There is also a leakage data collection guide that goes with the component analysis, and it kind of relies heavily on this report that is out there by the practitioners that developed this. So the idea would be to go with the industry experts and go with that data collection to at least have those leak data in line, so that when they go in that component analysis, it's just a method to calculate, to collect those data on leakage in the field. So that would be an option.
Sophia Marcus, Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. So I have 2 questions. First, I want to echo pretty much what everyone else said. I really appreciate the phased approach, and I think that's a good way to go about this. I did have a question on phase 3, which is the system-wide implementation. And what does system-wide mean? Because we may do our own cost-benefit analysis on the measures we think that we need to take to reduce water losses, and it may be most cost-effective for us to just install in high-risk areas. Once after we, do the pilot phase, we determine what works, and we just focus on those areas. Is that kind of in line with what this means, or are you expecting us to basically do installations in our entire service zone?
No. So what we're thinking about here in system-wide analysis is that, let's say you took one part of your system and you devised a way to identify the highest priority pipes, and then you would apply that to the other height. So that would be, because you would have looked system-wide and then figured out what the highest priority areas were. So I would consider that to be system-wide. Even though you're not addressing the entire system, you figured out where within the system.
Okay,
Right.
great. And my second question is on the requirement for the data validity grade. The only thought on that is I know that AWWA is continuing to come out with new versions of the software, and they may be changing what those validity grades mean. So I'm wondering if there was any consideration of that in setting that target of 4 for operating pressure.
Well, I guess what I would say here is, I mean, we've still got a little ways to go before we have to finalize and adopt. And if something has changed in that time, then we could evaluate whether that would make sense to build in. I mean, these things do, they're not static, right? There is dynamism in terms of what these standards and what the grades mean. The overall goal here is to make sure that everyone is doing the sort of the minimally necessary steps. So if that means that under the new characterization it means grade 5 or grade 3, the underlying goal would be the same.
Thank you.
We have a question right in the back, and then we'll get to you. You good? Okay.
Yeah, I've got a couple questions at this point, Ed Osan with NRDC. When you're setting and as I understand it, you're setting a quantitative performance target in 2020 and then in 2027, right? Is it your intention or your expectation that that target will lead to the economic level of loss, in other words, eliminating losses that are cost effective to recover within that time frame for that water supplier based on the inputs in your economic model that were available at the time the target was set? Or do you anticipate that there will be, you might say, a gap or some headroom left, that there will be economically recoverable losses sort of left on the table based on in the 2020 standard, or maybe even in the 2027 standard? I don't know. Maybe you can tell us.
Yeah, so I think the goal would be to get to the economically achievable losses by 2035. Right? We're not proposing that by 2027 everyone has gotten at all the economically recoverable losses. So that's why there's a stepwise approach. And so we also want to make sure that we're calibrating what that economic level of leakage is. And that's why, yes, when we adopt a regulation in next year, it'll have a 2027 target and then it'll have a 2035 target. But that 2035 target can then be, well, even the 2027 target could be adjusted up through 2022 based on data. But the 2027 target could be adjusted based on all the experience and data through 2027, so that then what is there for that 2028 through 2035 period is really based on the best data at that point, getting us to the economic level of leakage.
Okay. The other question is, could you, the document refers in a couple different places to performance standards and allowable water loss volume. Could you give based on where you are now and you're thinking about the framework, could you give sort of for instance of what the 2020 standard to begin with would actually say? Will it be a volume? And as you said, it would be a real loss volume. And will it also have prescriptive requirements as well? Will the regulation have in it say, the benchmark of 4 and the component analysis, will it have these prescriptive requirements in the regulation?
It'll have the prescriptive requirements for the data quality components. So yes, it would have the prescriptive requirement for the grade 4 and the component analysis, and then it would have a volumetric requirement.
And those requirements would, in the regulation as it comes out, as it's finalized for 2020, will basically carry forward through 2027.
Right.
Will,
again, the proposal, for example, on the component analysis is that it wouldn't be an annual analysis every year up to 2027, that it would be one component analysis between 2020 and 2022, and then 2 more between 2023 and 2026.
and that's laid out in the prescriptive language of the regulation in 2020.
Yes, I mean, that would be our intent.
That's your current
to
thinking.
write it that way, yeah.
So as, again, thinking ahead to 2027, do you envision there being a separate rulemaking at that time? Or is the rule that is completed in 2020 going to cover provide all of the regulatory guidance that will be needed to reach 2035? Or do you envision a separate rulemaking in 2027 with some other requirements?
What we envision at this point is that the 2020 regulation would get us all the way through, but that given the likelihood that there would be substantial adjustments requested in 2027, since we're setting that initial 2035 target in 2020, that we would then have a lot of additional data upon which to modify those numbers, that we would specify in the 2020 regulation the process for that modification that would involve a whole specific set of analyses and ultimately approval from the board. So we're not envisioning a whole separate regulatory process, but we're envisioning that those adjustments would go in front of the board.
Adjustments would go to the board. Right. Okay. And you just made a point, sorry to monopolize the mic here, but you made a point here that illuminated something I guess I didn't understand. The 2020 regulation and the target setting that is done and identified and assigned to individual water suppliers as of 2020, that's not the target for 2027? That's a target for 2035?
There will be 2 separate targets, a 2027 target and a 2035 target.
And you expect them to be a different number?
Yes.
But they will both be set at that time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Question in the back, and then I'll get to you.
There was, I think, someone, yeah, she had her hand up first. Sorry.
I didn't see you.
That's okay.
I do apologize.
Hi, Michelle Novotny with San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more on the volume of losses, and is that going to be a normalized metric by connection, or is it just a total volume for your system, or is it normalized per mile of main? If you could ask that, answer that, that's number 1. And number 2, as you know, we're both a retailer and a wholesaler. And I've heard rumors flying around about how water loss might be measured or reported on for wholesalers, and was wondering if you have any insight into that.
Okay, so 2 parts there. On the first part, yes, we are looking at a normalized approach, and I think the one we're leaning towards at this point is gallons per connection per day, but I think we'd still be open to gallons per length of pipe per day, based on feedback. So that's the first part. On the wholesaler potential requirements, there is a bit of the statute that was passed last year. I think it's the 606 statute. I can't remember what's in which statute, but that says that the Department of Water Resources should evaluate whether it would make sense to have water loss standards for wholesalers. So I think maybe there's some confusion about, what that means. Todd Thompson from the department was here. I think he's in the back. I don't know if that's something you want to address, but I think, basically the department is going to work on a set of analyses and recommendations, but there is no, absent additional legislative action, there wouldn't be a regulation forthcoming. Did I get that right?
Yes, this is Todd Thompson with the Department of Water Resources, and we are going to prepare a report to the legislature by 2020, January, on the feasibility of looking at water losses by the wholesalers. And we're working on that now, and it will be a stakeholder process.
There were a couple, yeah, okay.
Steve Caswell, South Tahoe Public Utility District. We are one of those, looks like 51 agencies that doesn't have a data validity grade of 4 at this point. And the reason is we don't have pressure monitoring in our system. We do everything else that the water audit says we have to get a 4. We just don't have that. Various reasons we don't have that. We have really poor communication. Cell service is pretty bad in our area. Our terrain doesn't really, we have tanks up really high and it all cascades down. So you can calculate it, but monitoring it is not going to do anything for us. So I guess I'm very curious about what that will really require for us, especially since that first compliance deadline is 2021, which we're doing our budgeting process for fiscal year 1920. We don't have any money in there for it now, so we'll have a very narrow window in order to comply. And the other question I had about that was, in the water audit software, it lists pressure monitoring with basic telemetry. But in the regulations, you did not mention anything about telemetry. So would something like data loggers deployed into the system where we periodically collect the data, is that sufficient or not? So a couple of questions about, I think that 2021 deadline will be a big lift for the agencies that don't already meet that data validity grade of 4. So I'd like maybe to see that given a little more time if possible.
Yeah, so the first part of that, I went back to the slide just to draw your attention to the bottom bullet there, that we recognize that it might take some more time.
So, but if we get an extension for the first phase, does that carry through? Because at some point you get pinched.
Yeah, well, we are up against the wall, as it were, in that sense, because there is, again, the separate legislative requirement that there is some type of volumetric standard beginning in 2023 that you can use as part of meeting this annual target. So there will be a pinch there unless we somehow figure out a way to grant extensions or variances on that side of things. But again, we are contemplating that we could give extra time for systems that need it and can demonstrate why, as you're describing.
Okay, then one more question associated with that. So who determines what is sufficient pressure monitoring for our system? Like we have, we only have 13,000, 14,000 connections, but we have 31 pressure zones, and it says we have to do monitoring for every zone. We have some zones where we literally have 4 customers in that zone with, a couple hundred feet of pipe. And we have probably about 4 or 5 of those that are similarly small sized. And then we have one zone that's, half our customers. So would we really have to do pressure monitoring in all 31 of our zones?
So can I clarify a little more on what this grade entails really is, so this is grade 4. So what happens with grade 4 is there are measurements for pressure at very basic points in the zone, which is hydrants, for example, and it's specified in the audit which measurements are sufficient. The rest of the calculation for the zone comes from ground elevations. So if you have data for ground elevations and a few pressure measurements, temporary, you don't have to have permanent pressure loggers in there. You could take a measurement at those few points, have ground elevations, and come up with a pressure measurement for that zone. That is the idea here, to have kind of a measurement for each zone so we know what's happening in each zone. It's a good it's a good step towards improving pressure management if there is a need. And secondly, what this does is this data on pressure feeds into component analysis, right? So there is a number in there which you enter for the system-wide pressure. And you want that number to be as close to true as possible to figure out what's causing the leakage in your system. And to answer the second part of your question, which is the adjustment part of it, there is an allowance for time or compliance, an extension and deadline for pressure. And there is also an allowance for time for the first component analysis. So that could probably that could probably help with this entire effort, because what we see here is these two efforts really, the pressure monitoring and the component analysis really tie in together. So, and there is an allowance period for both.
Okay, then one more follow-up, sorry. We do have a calibrated hydraulic model that's based off of field collected data, but we were told when we did our audit that was not sufficient to get a 4. But based on what you just said, it sounds very similar. I would like to just make sure that maybe that's clarified within the regulations about what really it takes to get that 4. Because it can be subjective to whoever's doing your validation.
I think that's a point well taken. We'll try to work with that. Yeah, Toby.
Thank you very much. Toby Goddard, City of Santa Cruz. First of all, I want to thank you for including Figure 2 in the document, because it recognizes here in this process that there is an unavoidable real loss to every utility, and that's not really been recognized before. So I appreciate you putting that diagram in there. My question really gets to the intersection of this rulemaking and the urban water use targets. And so we have a lot of years and deadlines and regulations, but all of the utilities here are going to be in the process of finding out what their urban water use target is in the next few years. And a component of that is an allowable water loss. We know, for instance, on the indoor residential, it's going to be gallons per person per day. We're beginning to understand what the irrigation looks like. What is the water loss component going to look like? Is it going to be in the form, I think was stated earlier, as a gallons per connection per day type? Is that what you're envisioning as coming out of this process, that each utility will calculate it in that way?
Yes.
Thank you.
Max, Kristen, and Contra Costa, just tagging onto that, is there any possibility that for the targets for the agencies, when we include that third part, the water loss, mentally, when I look at the first two, the landscape use and the residential, it's like, wow, we could just annually submit to you, build data. So it's the most precise and most accurate. You throw in this one, and now it makes me think we're going to have to give you production and then do a whole calculation to pull out commercial CII, and it gets kind of wonky. Is there any way you could separate these two so the target is just residential and irrigation, and this is a separate thing?
Well, I think we're going to have to work through that. It's my staff who are working on that side of things too. So we're all together, and we're going to figure out. We want to make the data reporting piece as easy and as transparent as possible. And it is going to be a little complex, however, because as you probably recall from the conservation legislation, you've got to report on, CII customers with dedicated irrigation meters, but not on the rest of your CII customers, but there's an overall outdoor target. So I won't stand up here and say it's not going to be complex.
Sophia Marcus, LADWP. So I may be jumping a little ahead on this. I'm not sure if this is for this piece or not, but I heard you talk about setting a standard based on normalized real losses. I saw in the document there's also a discussion of a quadrant analysis, and it looked like there might be a target set also for average operating pressure. And if so, is that what you were looking at doing? And how would that be incorporated into this long-term conservation budget?
So right now, the framework does not propose a target for operational pressure. The quadrant analysis, the intent behind it is before we have the component analysis and really data from the field, it's a preliminary analysis to figure out what is the likelihood of certain intervention technologies being used, especially to develop those cost equations. So for example, certain pressure management, if a system has a lot of background leakage, for example, they might need to do pressure management. So we need to incorporate that while we are plugging data into our model. So that's the intent behind the quadrant analysis, not as a prescriptive volume of operating pressure.
Thank you.
Questions to the back.
Yeah, hi Max, Stephen Poncelet with Truckee Donner PUD. Thanks for having us today, and again, appreciate all the work and the opportunity to give inputs. You and I have talked about gallons per capita per day before in the drought regulations, when Truckee Donner PUD in the first cycle got the 36% target because they took our production divided by our full-time population, and it was a big number, and so we engaged with the water board and provided all kinds of data about transient populations, second homes, visitors, tourism. So South Lake and many other communities looked just like us too. It was a factor of 2 for us, the difference between our actual population and our full-time population. I think Tahoe City, through a different calculation, got 2.5, but along the lines of that complexity, the 55 gallons per person per day is written in legislation. I get that. But applying to water loss in our case would seem to be problematic. So I'm assuming there'll be a process again to intervene or ask for corrections if the process doesn't adequately address transient populations.
Yeah, I mean, overall, right, the framework here across the last year's conservation bills and this legislation is to make sure that the flexibility's there, that there is, a way to account for necessary variances. Again, I think, our thinking at this point is that the type of metric that's based on, a volume per connection per day is going to be broadly applicable. But if it can be demonstrated that that doesn't work for certain systems, then we'll work through that.
My name is Brian Wright. I'm also with the Truckee Donner Public Utility District. I just wanted to make a comment. It's not a question. Echoing everybody else's comments about the work you've done. With respect to the pressure monitoring, a lot of different unique characteristics of different distribution systems here in the room. One of the things I've just asked that we keep in consideration is our existing fire protection, fire systems, fire flow requirements. As long as it becomes a compliance with respect to monitoring and not actual pressure management, once we start getting into pressure management, we start overlapping the ability for residential fire protection infrastructure to do what they were engineered to do. So keep that in mind as we start getting into the zone management. Some of the systems just simply can't make those adjustments.
Yeah, I'll just say, and Kartik, you can jump in, that we have spent a lot of time looking at the various fire flow requirements, the insurance requirements for buildings associated with fire flow, and thinking about that piece of it. So I appreciate the comment, and yeah.
Casey LeBlanc from East Bay Mud. I just want to provide a comment about the electronic annual reports and the data that's collected there, since that's a basis for the performance standards. And I just want to point out that pipeline replacement is such a large cost. Whenever you look at the data in the electronic annual reports, it's going to mask the cheaper strategies for reducing water loss. So whenever you're trying to come up with the efficacy of a different strategy and how much it costs, since the sum of all of those strategies is presented in the electronic annual report together, it's going to be tough to come up with.
Good point. Anyone else in the room? Richard?
Thank you, Richard Harris, East Bay Mud, right along Casey's line here. And maybe you'll get a little bit in the afternoon or at the spring economic detailed discussion if you're going to touch on it. But a question I have is, as you're using the annual reports, you're using industry data, other sources, how do you get to, and maybe how do you break it down into a local utility specific solution and their price points and costs and labor and everything else? And that's why you're going to have a massive database. It's going to have all this breakdown, and that's where my original question about you come up with the formula. Do we plug in the numbers that may change, or we have more granularity, versus one that is going to be more in aggregate and not going to get to some of that minutia that Casey was mentioning?
So again, I think, we realize the enormity of the task, and probably what we'll end up doing is making sure that we're ground truthing our estimates of ranges of what it costs to implement a certain type of detection technology, for example, so that we can then be more certain that, okay, it does cost between $400 and $600, for example, per square mile to deploy X, right? So that we've ground truthed that as part of developing the estimates.
Dave Boland with Aqua. Just kind of following on that idea of the massive amount of data involved and some of the assumptions that are going to be built into the analytical structure, it's really important to be showing the work in a very transparent way so that if you do I think Richard before asked, which method would be used, formula versus sort of you guys doing the calculations. And if indeed you do and choose that calculation approach, it can't be a black box. It needs to be, I guess you call it, all assumptions and all the data need to be accessible to every single agency so that this ground truthing can occur. Thanks.
Hi, yeah, I'm Devin Becker with Alameda County Water District. I'm somewhat new to this discussion, so this is just a general question, but I had a question. It looks like in 2023, agencies are going to be coming up with their urban water use objective, and that has a water loss component. But then it also looks like there's a volumetric requirement that comes out in 2020 from the state board. And I was wondering, what is that going to be based on? It's individual per agency, but is that from our previous water loss audits, or where are we going to see that number from?
So on the first part of that, yes, the board will be adopting a number in 2020, and that number will be what feeds into your annual targets from 2023 through 2027. So it doesn't become operative immediately. It's not that you have to meet that number starting in 2021, just to clarify there. But in terms of what goes into it, and we'll get into this a little bit more in the afternoon, we're pulling from multiple sources of data here. So the audits, information we have been collecting from the electronic annual reports, case study information that is out there in terms of research on costs and efficacy of different technologies. And then, just the information about different system characteristics. So we're sort of gonna pull from all these different places and build it into this model.
Thank you.
I'll get right to you.
Thank you. Michelle Novotny with San Francisco PUC again. I don't know if it's really a question, but in looking at what might be considered to be economically recoverable, every year at SFPUC, as I'm sure is true for most of the folks here, we sit down to do our capital plan and figure out what is going to go into our budget. And there's always more projects that we want to put in than what we can put in based on what kind of rate increases might be amenable to our commission and our ratepayers. And over time, I think that the issue with considering what is economic in this context doesn't take into account all the other projects that we are always weighing what we can accomplish. So should we focus on pipe replacement because we have an aging system, or do we need to replace this spillway, or should we put in further advanced metering infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think my overall issue with the approach is that this sees water loss in a vacuum of that broader context and broader decision making. And I'm interested in, as we talk about continuous improvement, because what I hear you saying, Max, is kind of that you would be constantly driving down. It's not about at some point, yes, it doesn't become economic at all. But there's far before you hit that point, you hit a point where you are balancing the action that you might take to prevent further water loss against a capital need in a different area. And I don't know how to address that through this forum, but that is, I think, our fear as a utility and what we are concerned about with this regulation. And just wanted to kind of put that out there as something that we can think about together as you move forward in developing the framework.
Yeah, no, I understand the concern. I would say two things. One is just to echo what I said earlier in response to a question about sort of the benefit cost. The goal here is to ultimately provide over the long run greater ratepayer benefits from what would be the expected investments. But then also with respect to the balancing that you have to do and the prioritizing, again, this is the sort of the overall structure here is adaptive management, right? We set out some initial targets, we get some additional data, we see whether that makes sense. We go for an initial period of 5 years, and then we reassess and go for something additional. So I think the idea is there will be opportunities for utilities to come and say, hey, you think this is reasonable for us to achieve this level, but we actually don't think it's reasonable for XYZ reasons, and to work through that.
Hi, Colin Close, City of Santa Rosa. So I'm not sure I'm completely clear. The standard in 2020, will that be one standard for all utilities statewide?
No, it'll be 410 different standards for each utility.
So I think one of my concerns is that for some agencies that have done a tremendous amount of work over the years on infrastructure replacement and capital improvement planning and all of that, we may end up with a much more stringent goal, and therefore driving us to do even more costs, and as compared to if we had ignored our system for years and had huge pipe replacement costs. So in some ways, it's almost like the conservation standards that get set, and cities that have done tremendous conservation programs over the years are hitting that that difficulty of reducing even further because demand gets hardened. So I'm concerned about that, concerned about cities that have been really proactive over the last 30 years getting sort of inadvertently punished, if you will. and having standards that feel unfair to them given what they've done. And then also just bringing to mind some cities like Santa Rosa had a major catastrophe recently with the fires in October of year before. So we have ongoing huge issues to address in our system that will kind of getting back to the Michelle's point about competing capital costs. And so I think it's going to be really critical to consider the big picture around capital costs, because some of our expenditures are not going to be around water loss and reducing water, but are going to be around serving our customers so that we can provide high quality water over time that's safe and drinkable. So there needs to be some sort of recognition of cities that have done a lot already and cities that are facing really huge burdens economically in other areas.
Yeah, so there are two parts to that. Let me address the first part, which is the sort of the fairness question. I think the way we're conceiving of this is to say, look, if a system really has done a phenomenal job, then the data that we have should demonstrate that there's already been a major effort to replace the leakiest pipe, that there's a really proactive leak detection and repair program, that pressure management is part of day-to-day operations, and that will what will show there is that the level of leakage is already essentially where it needs to be. Hence, you wouldn't get a very stringent target, right? So that's sort of the way we're conceptualizing that, whereas a system that hasn't done that, right, is going to get a higher target because they've got more to do. On the second piece about utilities that have faced disasters or other events that really impact operations, we absolutely understand that. I mean, there was a utility that served Paradise too. We're obviously not going to be requiring them to, they're not even operational yet. So, we will have to account for those types of events and disasters, and certainly welcome your thoughts as to how to build that in.
Just a couple thoughts along those lines. So those disasters can strike and one can recover to a certain degree, but it can take 10 to 20 years to actually fully recover, given the fact that FEMA reimbursement sometimes doesn't come for 20 or 25 years. So just to kind of keep a really long view in mind on that. And then back to the water loss standard, it would be helpful to have the state provide some sort of guidance, because I think our water loss per connection is something like 15 gallons, and I think the average 16, and the average was like 30 something. So it would be helpful to have, again, with budgeting in mind and these kinds of, because we do 2-year rolling budgets. So it'd be helpful to have in mind that, hey, by the way, utility, if you're sort of in this realm, you may be on target. Have some sort of threshold where, if you're under 20 gallons per connection per day, we're thinking you're probably in good shape. You still got to go through these exercises, but give us some sense of it, because this could have tremendous impacts on our budgets.
Well, again, I think the thinking here is that if we go through the process of evaluating all the data and the analysis and say, oh, you know what, at least the initial through 2027 level we think that is reasonable for Santa Rosa is 16. Well, then that's what would go into your 2027 target, right? And so essentially all you have to do is maintain that, if that were the case.
This is Ed Osan with NRDC. Is it fair to say that the board maintains a working familiarity with the constitutional prohibition against waste and unreasonable use, and that the sustained losses that are economically recoverable over an extended period of time, such as 10 or 15 years, contemplated by this regulation might constitute a waste that would be precluded by California's Constitution?
Well, what I would say to that is, I think because of the way this statute is set up, giving the board broad authority to set these standards, we don't have to contemplate the need or the potential to invoke waste and unreasonable use as part of setting this up. So that's my initial response. I don't know if my attorney wants to weigh in on that or not. Nope. Okay. So.
It is a consideration in the context of competing needs that the water supplier has an obligation to ensure that there's an avoidance of waste.
Thank you. This is Toby Goddard, City of Santa Cruz again. The last sentence of SB 555 says, the board may consider establishing a minimum allowable water loss threshold that, if reached and maintained by an urban water supplier, would exempt the urban water supplier from further water loss reduction requirements. What kind of thinking in this process has the board given to that statement in the law?
Well, I think that the thinking is, right, if there is evidence to demonstrate that a supplier is already at or near the economic level of leakage, right, then all that is required is to maintain that. And indeed, that's what's contemplated as part of what we're calling phase 4, right, post 2035, when we would expect all the water suppliers to be there and simply maintain that level.
This is Dave Boland with the Association of California Water Agencies. I just want to appreciate your appropriate answer, I think, to the question that we just heard about waste and unreasonable use. I just want to continue to unpack that question. As several of the utilities have pointed out, there are local responsibilities, and they're accountable to their ratepayers through their electeds to make the decisions about how those resources should be used, and that there are many responsibilities that state or that local agencies have, including protection of public health and safety and other things that may override any kind of determination of waste in a local context. And I think we've been trying to make that case on a lot of policy levels for a long time, is that some arbitrary and insensitive to local conditions determination of waste is not helpful.
Noted. I think we can leave that. I don't think we need to have any more discussion on that particular topic. I'd like to make sure we cover other technical questions.
So Fiona Sanchez with Irvine Ranch Water District. So Max, I'm trying to understand the nexus between how an agency's maybe custom reduction target here would be translated into its target for the conservation as a way of life. So, and kind of what I'm hearing, but maybe I'm missing something. So, is that if you're doing well on your water loss, you may have a very low reduction target. How then does that translate into the conservation way of life volumetric calculation without also penalizing those agencies, because perhaps agencies that have a higher target maybe have an easier target to meet in that process?
I'm not sure I quite follow the logic there, but let me give this a first shot. So to be specific, right? We're gonna come up with a volumetric target in a 2020 rulemaking, and that target will apply for the period of 2023 through 2027. Let's call it 35 gallons per connection per day, right? And so the way that will then roll in is that we'll say by 2027, that's the goal. You've got 5 years and you've got annual targets. You can prorate it however you want, right? So in setting your annual target, if you want it to be 0, 0, 0, 50, 50 in terms of what you need to do to get there for years 1 through 5, 23 through 27, fine. Again, it's just whatever goes into the annual target is based on that 5-year goal.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding, so there'll be sort of this performance standard that you set will apply equally to everyone, and that's what will be used in the conservation way of life, but on this side, we may have different targets. That's what I'm not understanding, so I think I'm missing something. You said we'd have like maybe lower levels of reduction that are required. That's where I'm not understanding.
Okay, maybe, I think now we've
Yeah,
we've
I think I'm
confused a whole
confused.
bunch of things.
So the first part is whatever standard you set, whether it's 50, 35 gallons per connection per day or whatever that is, that would apply sort of statewide across the board.
No. Right,
No?
so everyone's getting a customized, so Irvine Ranch might get 37, and Eastern might get 32, and LA might get 39, right? So everyone's gonna get their own number.
Okay, so then let's just say when I'm calculating and you say I have to get down to, I don't know, I'll just say 35 and someone else has 50, it might be, how does that translate into the conservation way of life? Because somebody multiplying by 35 versus somebody multiplying by 50, isn't 50 easier to get to than 35?
Well, it depends where you're starting from, right? It's easier to get to 35 if you start at 36 than it is to get to 50 if you start at 80. So, I mean, right, we're going to base the targets based on where systems are at as of now, as of 2020, and look at all of the data in terms of what we think is reasonable for them to achieve by 2027.
It's Carl Sharkey, Valor Water. I just want to add my congratulations for the document. It's very thorough. I just do want to call attention to the legislation 1060834 Section D, where it says each water loss audit report submitted to the department shall be accompanied by information in the form specified by the department, identifying steps to be taken in the preceding year to increase the validity of data entered into the final audit, reduce the volume of apparent losses, and reduce the volume of real losses. Obviously, the framework is just on real losses. Is there thoughts about apparent losses somewhere along the way? We're still open to that discussion, or is it just purely based on the resource? Is that why we're focusing on water as the real loss side of it rather than the apparent loss?
Yeah, so here's what I'd say about that. I mean, our focus, you know, the interest of the state is really on the real loss, on the water loss. There's a lot of value to that water given the broader context of where we are vis-a-vis climate change and societal priorities. When it comes to apparent loss, you know, our thinking at this point is that there isn't a necessity for the state to be prescriptive with respect to apparent loss, because ultimately that decision about how to manage apparent loss it doesn't impact the amount of water, right, that is being lost. It impacts the amount of rate recovery, you know, the financial recovery a water system is able to achieve, and that has to be balanced against the cost of updating meters and so on and so forth. So, you know, our view at this point, absent a strong request, is that there isn't really a good justification for the state to set specific standards that would be requirements subject to compliance on apparent loss.
So we have one last comment here before we go on to the questions online.
Okay.
So in looking at our water budgets each year, we'll have to set our targets by 2023 for California Conservation as a Way of Life, and that will include water losses through our distribution systems. The target will need to be achieved by 2027, but we need to start meeting our overall target by 2023. So will we be able to do the math separately, where we look at, and I think the question was asked earlier, but I don't know that it was answered in a way that I caught the answer, so I apologize for the repetition. But if we look at landscape and SFR or residential, and then we look at water loss separately, because we might not hit the target for the first 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. So okay. So let me try to clarify this with an example. Let's say you're starting at 60 gallons per connection per day of water loss, and we set your target at 50. Right, for 2027. So you could then take that and say, okay, in our annual target setting approach here, in 2023 we'll go to 58, and in 2024 we'll go to 56, and in 2025 we'll go to 54, 52, 50. Or you could do it in a different manner and have 60, 60, 60, 54, 50. Right, that, our view is that should be at the discretion of the system. Does that help? Yeah, okay.
Max, we have two questions online. So the first question is from Alan Wyatt. In phase 1, the document emphasizes improved data collection and quality. The activities/targets mentioned include improving the pressure validity grade and use of the real loss component analysis tool. While these are good measures, but other factors, in my opinion, should be considered to improve the estimates of real loss. In fact, the most important drivers of accuracy of real loss estimation are production/bulk meter accuracy and customer meter accuracy. Is there a reason that these elements are not being considered? Without high-quality inputs to the top-down audit, the bottom-up efforts will not be consistent. Real loss will be uncertain and appropriate measures unclear. The forthcoming WRF 4695 project report has information on uncertainty analyses which can help guide utilities and the board to find the best methods to maximize real loss estimation accuracy. Thank you.
You want to start on that one?
As staff at the board, I'm aware of the report, actually, so thank you, Alan, for pointing that out for all of us. As we know, the focus here is real loss, and we understand that production volumes and customer metering and the inaccuracies associated with that kind of affect the entire water loss estimate. The focus here is on the loss of water and what it needs to get to reducing water losses. And phase 1 and the consequent water loss audits, the goal there is that they will help in stabilizing these numbers and give water retailers an opportunity to get the right numbers and do what they need to get those production numbers right, because there is lost revenue associated with those inaccuracies and errors. So that's the idea here. I don't know if you want to add anything, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're open to other suggestions of how to ensure that we get the data quality necessary for an effective regulation, understanding that there are impacts on water systems for everything we ask you to do. So again, this is not a set in stone framework or regulation at this point. I do want to emphasize that we are still open to feedback and recommendations on how to modify things.
Then we have one last question before we break. The question is Max. Max keeps saying per connection. Does he mean per capita? If you have different size households who use one connection, how would the per connection work? Bert Handy.
Again, it's the approach here is, as someone expressed earlier, it's a normalized approach, right? There are a certain number of connections. Every utility has a certain number of connections, and so the idea is when you look at a volume per connection per amount of time, that's something that you can look at across the board. I'm not sure.
I'm going to add to that. So we are looking at the part of the system that is owned by the supplier. So it's typically at the meter that this ends. If there is extra pipeline that goes out to the property itself, it really is not the pipe leading up to each individual households typically. But if in such systems there is, if it's set up, the layout is set up in a way that the supplier owns the actual pipe to the household, then we are open to listening to that. But typically it ends at the meter, and this is the supplier-owned pipeline or infrastructure that we are talking about.
So at this point, the question discussion section has ended. We will be going to lunch. Please be back by 1 o'clock. We have 1:05. Be back at 1:05. Give you those extra 5 minutes. Please be back at 1:05, prepared for more discussion. Thank you. If we could please start taking our seats, we will be resuming shortly. Thank you. Good afternoon. If we could please take our seats. We now are moving on to the second portion of today's workshop. We have a presentation, an overview of adjustment provisions for compliance with performance standards. We have, again, as a courtesy, please silence your cell phones or any electronic devices. Thank you.
Thanks, Moy. Yeah. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Hope you could get coffee. We have a big afternoon session. And those who could stay here, thanks for staying. So now we kind of dive deeper into the particular requirements that this proposed framework will have and the adjustment periods that come with it, the allowances that come with it, the deadlines, if you will. And that will, I think, clarify a lot of the questions we had in the first round about the particulars of these provisions. So this is if you've gone through the framework document, this is the graphic that you might have seen. It's a little complex, but the writing in green is the one that really tells you about dates. So it's a phased approach, it's a long-term approach, and we are going for cost effectiveness. So there are 4 phases to it, as we went through. The first phase has to do with data quality, and the compliance requirements that are proposed here are the requirements to get your grade up to grade 4 for the average operational pressure that you report in your annual water loss audit. There's also a requirement for the submission of a first component analysis, and these happen between 2020 and 2022. Particularly for the operational pressure, since we are going with the audit reporting method, it will be October 2021. For the component analysis, given the typical time it takes to complete one, and given that a pressure measurement is required as an input for the component analysis, the dates are 2022. For the next phase, which is the initial implementation phase, the requirement is to have 2 component analyses for 2 separate years throughout 2023 to 2026. And there is an allowable real loss volume which needs to be achieved between, again, 2022 and 2027. For the third phase, we are going with the long-term system-wide implementation, where we have the actual economic level of leakage that we propose will be achieved. And after that is phase 4, which needs ongoing compliance to maintain at that leakage level. So these are the basic requirements that we went through. And given this process, and given what we have heard from all this stakeholder engagement, there are some challenges in meeting this goal of this cost-effective, well-planned, long-term infrastructure strategy. So with that view in mind, we kept these provisions for adjustments in the proposed frameworks, where we heard about, for example, that the data reported through water audits kind of adds this variability in the water loss estimates, and those could vary from year to year. Now, we'll have a fair bit of time before those standards will actually incorporate that data, but and we expect that water loss estimates might stabilize by then, but some systems might still see this variation in water loss estimates from year to year, given certain system constraints or specifics that have been challenging them, and there have been measures which have not worked. So we propose an adjustment for that. There is we talked about challenges in the first presentation, where small systems especially sometimes are challenged by gathering resources for compliance. And with this in mind, we have an allowance period for especially the first phase, which we'll go in detail with. Again, there might be new data that systems gather. By 2020, by the time we adopt these standards, water loss estimates might show what the actual water loss is, but there may be a case where in 2021 and 2022, there might be significant changes in those estimates, which could influence the eventual performance standards. Plus, there are always exceptional system constraints, which could really narrow down your intervention toolbox and kind of be a roadblock between in actually implementing certain typical intervention strategies. So for phase one, we have two compliance requirements. One is the pressure monitoring requirement. The second is the component analysis. And we propose 2 allowance periods, 60-day periods, before each compliance deadline. So August 1st and October 1st, between those dates, is the first one, which will be the period when systems can or utilities can request for adjustments, which are allowances, to provide requests to provide more time to comply with this requirement. Similarly, for the component analysis deadline, there is a 60-day period before the deadline compliance date where they could ask for an extension in submission dates. In these 2 adjustment periods, a utility could also ask for adjustments in their allowable water loss volume for phase 2. So the top ones are for phase 1, where the compliance for pressure monitoring and compliance for component analysis actually have to do with the requirements for phase 1. Whereas for phase 2, since we have to think ahead for water loss volume, systems could ask for an adjustment to their target, which they will achieve in the initial implementation phase, which is phase 2. For phase 2, we really, again, have 2 requirements. So going with the first one here, so 2022 is when systems will submit their first component analysis. By 2023, an urban water use objective will be calculated, and it will be an annual compliance requirement for the urban water use objective. The standard for allowable water use volume for this phase will be calculated for this period in time, from 2022 to 2027, and has to be achieved within that frame of time. And it could be, I think the arrows are a little hard to see on the webcast, but what the idea is here is that this allowable water loss volume can be prorated as seen fit by the supplier throughout this time period. For example, if the allowable water loss volume has to be reduced by 15 gallons per connection per day, essentially, then that 15 gallons per connection per day could be stacked up all in years 1 and 2 if they can do it, or it could be achieved uniformly, or it could be all stacked up in year 5. The second requirement of phase 2 is 2 submissions of the component analysis. Now, by 2022, there will be a first submission of component analysis. If there are adjustments, it will be pushed by the allowed timeline. And the next 2 submissions of component analysis could be spread over 2023 to 2026. These will be reported for 2 separate years, but it could be 2023 and 2024, or alternate years, or the first and the last year, depending on how utilities plan their initial implementation and how it is best for them to use this data. So for this phase, the adjustment is really for phase 3. So again, thinking ahead in terms of water loss volume, the adjustment that comes at this, so suppliers can file for an adjustment at the end of phase 2, the 60-day period at the end of phase 2, for their allowable water loss volume that they need to achieve by the end of phase 3. Now there's an additional allowance here. So one is the allowable water loss volume, and we also talked about variability in water loss estimates. And this really comes up in phase 4, which is after the economic level of leakage has been achieved, and there is an ongoing compliance. So the ongoing compliance requires that the suppliers stay at this target with an allowed variability of 5%. So in phase 2, there is an opportunity to adjust that variability. Now that requirement as of now is proposed to be a 5% variability, which means that suppliers can stay within 5% of their given performance standard. With this allowance, they could maybe request for 7%, provided they could provide evidence for that variability, the occurrence of it, and what measures were implemented to reduce that variability. So given all these adjustments, which are filed at the end of phase 2, they kind of reconcile with the reassessment that we talked about. So there will be initial standards that will be set in 2020, and then a reassessment will occur in 2027. So these adjustments on allowable water loss volume and the variability will be reconciled with that reassessment and used to reassess those performance standards for phase 3 and phase 4. This period occurs it's a 6-month period that occurs in the beginning of 2028, and we propose to have reassessed standards by June 1, 2028, after which phase 3 occurs for till up to 2035, where systems will have to comply with an allowable water loss volume, which is the eventual goal. This is just a representation of phase 4, where once systems have achieved that target, there will be ongoing compliance required. We talked about how this is a 3-year average. This will be on a 3-year rolling average basis. So the target can be achieved over I'm trying to see how to clarify an average, basically. So year 1, 2, and 3, average them, and that will need a compliance with the target. It's so difficult to explain something that's this simple. But yeah, and the variability that's proposed here should be within 5%. And this is kind of proposed with the intent that though we are doing this on a 3-year average basis, we do not really want suppliers to have too much of a deviation from that end target so that it becomes too difficult to catch up. And that's the intent behind the variability. So this will be, for phase 3 and phase 4, will be obviously the reassessed standard for water loss, the allowable water loss volume. So to summarize, making a complicated figure even more complicated, the big block on the right is what you saw was the phased approach and the compliance requirements. On the left are the adjustments and how they actually feed into the entire process. So there are 3 opportunities for requesting adjustments, but those 3 opportunities have multiple issues or topics that you could, focus areas really, that you could request adjustments for. For the allowable water loss volume, just to summarize, allowable water loss volume for the initial implementation phase, there are 2 opportunities in phase 1, right at near the compliance deadline for the pressure monitoring compliance date, and right at the compliance deadline for the component analysis. There is also an opportunity to file for an adjustment to the variability in water loss that you would see. And there would be an opportunity to file for variance adjustment for the end target in phase 2. So that's really a summary of the details of this proposed approach. And I'm happy to take questions.
Casey LeBlanc from East Bay Mud. How would you calculate the 3-year average for year 1 and 2?
Well, the compliance, I guess, doesn't begin before year 3, if I'm not wrong.
So I think the idea here is that, okay, it's 2035, you're at where you met your target, and then we're going to say, okay, now 36 through 38, stay within 5% of that, and at the end of 38, we'll see where you're at, and if you're within 5%, you're good. Does that help?
This is Ed Osan from NRDC. Wouldn't you also have the prior 2 years? You'd have the prior 2 years that have already been in the audit. So you'd have a 3-year rolling average even going into 2035.
We would, but we would also be, the target is 35. So if they weren't there, right? If the target were get to 34, and in 2033 they were at 38, and in 2034 they were at 35, right? We wouldn't want to, the idea is, okay, if you made it to 2035 and you hit 34 gallons per connection per day, then that's where we're going to start the sort of the variation assessment from.
Hi, Richard Harris, East Bay Mud. Question just for clarification. This is in phase 2. And Kartiki, you talked about after the first component analysis in 2022, and then there's a 5-year period to pick 2 more submittals of component analysis. I guess somebody was sending me a signal. I'm out. But when you look at it, so there's 2 additional component analysis, but in the paragraph write-up, as you get to 2027 to assess what the ongoing performance standard might be, it only says it's using the 2022 component analysis. Could you clarify why the other 2 are not advantageous?
So I realized exactly what you were going to ask when you started asking the question, because I would say it's a typo. And I became aware of the typo just as we released it. So we will be using the third, yes.
So Sophia Marcus, LADWP. I have two questions, but one is going back to that 3-year average. I mean, we've done a lot of piloting already, and we still see quite a bit of variability in our data year to year. And actually, in recent years, we are seeing a little bit of an increase. And so I guess I'm a little concerned with 2035 not considering the 3-year average at that point, because it may be advantageous to people who do see that variability even after we've done our water loss control strategies. I guess that's just the thought I had. I don't know. And I was going to ask if there was any consideration of using a 3-year average even before then, as we're going to be reporting on the initial target as early as 2021. Could we have that option even as early as then?
So, to clarify here, there is no target for 2021, though I do see a question about 2027. And I guess it's a good input, I would say that, but I don't know how it works with the conservation.
Well, so I guess so starting at the end of this, right? This idea that maintain a 3-year average post 2035. You know, I think we're open to ideas about how to do that. So I mean I get that people are getting a little caught up in this, oh, well, how would you calculate it? You know, we're talking about 2035. So, I mean, I think the goal, again, is that, you know, the systems would reach a target, and then that they would stay within, you know, close to that target, understanding that there's variability around it. So, again, I think we're open to other ways to structure that, but understanding that that's the goal, is reach the target and then don't, you know, then maintain what needs to be done to stay there as within reason. For the, yeah, I don't think, and then for the 2021, there is no averaging prior to phase 4 in terms of what we're proposing, right? We're just saying, again, for the initial compliance period, what we're calling phase 2, 23 through 27, it's, you know, you start here, you need to get here by 2027, and you can prorate as your system sees fit.
By the way, the 2021 I was referring to was the Urban Water Management Plan. I was under the assumption we might have to report something there, but maybe that was wrong.
We'll all have to go back and look at what the code says there, but you know, that's hopefully, I know some of us talked about duplicate reporting requirements yesterday. We certainly, you know, we'll look at that, because I mean, the purpose here is not to make requirements for the urban water management plans, which are separate, you know, incongruent with what we're doing here.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then one other quick question is there a consideration for another adjustment period after 2027? I know you're looking at setting a final target by then, but that's really at the end of phase 2 when all we've done is pilots. So we're kind of evaluating how do these technologies work, and we haven't really gone into the full implementation yet. So it's really after the full implementation that we might learn where we're really having problems with meeting the target. So that's what I was kind of wondering on that sense.
Yeah, I guess, you know, the challenge with too much adaptive management, right, is you're continually trying to make adjustments. And I think, again, the goal of being able to have a set period of time at the end of 2027 to evaluate, you know, all that's been learned through pilots and the subsequent, you know, data collection over 7 years, to then inform you know, a sort of a next level push, is that there's one place to, again, just do that really in-depth evaluation. If we were then to build in, say, oh, and then every 2 or 3 years after that, we could tweak it, it gets a little unwieldy. But again, I mean, if there's a thought that it really would be beneficial and it's justified that at 2031, at the midpoint, there could be something else. Again, we would entertain that and think about it.
Thank you.
Kristen and Concosta Water. All of this complexity in the phases, I want to reemphasize any way you can completely disconnect this from the urban water use objective is going to make your life really easy, I think, because they're not connected. And you can have the urban water use objective on billable data, this is on production, et cetera, and it just seems like this overly complicates the whole water use objective.
I don't disagree. I'll just say that you all have relationships with your elected representatives.
Joe Berg, Municipal Water District of Orange County. And if you've not gotten to this yet, feel free to tell me we're coming to it. But I was wondering if you could describe to us, you've got a 60-day period for us to submit adjustments. What happens after those are submitted? What's the process for review? What's the time frame for review, et cetera?
On one of the slides, at least let's start with the major adjustments in 2027, right? I think right, the idea is there's a 60-day period for submissions, right? And then we would have a 5 or 6 month period to review all that, make recommendations, and then bring that to the board so that by the middle of 2028, those adjustments would be adopted. Well, again, we're not contemplating another rulemaking, but we would contemplate a formal adoption process where staff would basically, for the board, explain all the adjustment requests that have come in, staff's analysis and recommendations, right? And then the board would determine whether to adopt that or adopt something else as suggested by a water system or other party.
A question on all the different months that are listed in these tables. You have October deadlines, November, December, August. It might be easier to recognize that most utilities, I'm curious how many utilities do a calendar year water audit in this room versus a fiscal year? A calendar year? How about fiscal year? So maybe half and half, but it might be good just to set the dates around like 3 to 6 months after the audit period ends so that you're not asked to submit something in December where you're just about to complete another audit. Since we're talking about 15 years, it might be better to set this all up on kind of some standard timelines. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're open to suggestions about sort of the specific timing here about is 60 days the appropriate window for submitting things and when should those deadline periods or submission periods open and close. So we'd be interested in sort of, suggestions on that.
I think the input would be mostly on the component analysis because we are trying to align these with the audits, especially for the pressure monitoring and the later allowable water loss volume targets. And the one in phase 2 is kind of aligned with when you comply with the urban water use objective. But we are open to input on that.
Ed Osan from NRDC. The extension process, if that's what you're calling it, seems to be intended to contemplates factors that would lead to the need for more time to achieve certain requirements. How do you envision the process, particularly the operation of the economic model, being open or being refreshed with new information, new cost curves or whatever, that might actually have the opposite effect, might have the effect of reflecting a new technology that would actually lower the costs of either locating or remediating leakage. And suddenly everybody's taken a shift in where they were way back in 2020 when this new technology is presented and incorporated into the economic model, say in 2025. Do you envision a process where the data on costs and technologies would be refreshed over time, and to go in, with results that could go in either direction?
So essentially how the cost curves would be formulated is you have a cost that goes into in implementing the intervention, and you would have an efficiency with it, with how much recovery of water loss goes on. When a new technology, for example, enters that, it will be a new curve, and that would feature in the economic model. So it will be additional data and kind of an additional option to, if it's high efficiency, then it would mean lower costs to achieve the same efficiency. So that if it's filed with an adjustment, then it would go in the model. And plus we'll have data from electronic annual reports. So.
Yeah, just to underscoring on that point, right? We do intend to continue collecting data annually through the reports to the drinking water program, and then be looking ourselves at what's coming in terms of technologies and costs, so that when the adjustment requests come in 2027, we can use that to calibrate what that next phase of standards should look like.
Would you anticipate periodic requests for information coming out from the board regarding technologies on leak detection and remediation periodically from time to time, and would you write that into the regulation?
I mean, we'd certainly think about it. I think what we're currently contemplating, again, is that we have this annual data request that goes out to utilities about all of their drinking water operations, and that we would probably add questions into there on an annual basis as we learn about certain types of technologies, to see which of the systems are using those technologies and what they have learned about their application costs.
Right. It just seems like if you're relying completely on the exemption or the extension process for incorporating new information, the new information you're getting is all going to be pointing in one direction. And there may be beneficial technologies out there that it's actually pointing in another direction.
We have an online question. Again, from Gary Trackman. Is the 5% variation from the 3-year running average equal to plus or minus 2.5%, or the plus or minus 5%?
So I think the idea here was plus or minus 5%, but if people think that that's too wide of a variation, then we could look at 2.5%. I think, again, the goal here is we want to have a reasonable level of variation, and whether that's 2.5% in either direction, or 3%, or 4%, or 5%. Obviously, we don't want it to be 10% in either direction, but something that is reasonable, accounts for the reality of variations in losses year to year. And again, we are interested in feedback on this. 5% is an initial proposal.
The audits will inform us for the initial performance standards, but the subsequent audits will also kind of add into this, and that will, I guess, help suppliers in also filing their adjustments.
So in looking at the pilot study period, and when we do a little bit of back of the envelope calculations, even a pretty basic pilot study, maybe $100,000, and it really doesn't pay off for us because we're a smaller agency compared to some of the really large agencies. So if we do invest in pilot studies and show that that technology wouldn't pay off, then we're not obligated to use the technology. Just a little more clarity on that would be helpful.
So we're not intending to prescribe which technologies any system uses, right, as part of this. We are going to build a set of cost estimates based on assumptions, which we will document about which technologies could be applicable for any given system based on the characteristics of that system, right? The terrain, the soil type, the pipe types you have, and other characteristics. So, we would essentially say something, and we'll get into this in the next presentation, along the lines of, well, for this system, we think that these three types of detection technologies make sense because of the type because of those system characteristics, right? And those types and those technologies have a cost range of X to Y. So if we're conservative and we choose Y, this is what it would look like in terms of doing that work. And this is the expected savings from more leaks being detected, right? The assumed volume of those leaks and the ability of the utility to then repair those leaks, right? So that's sort of the concept. But again, if what actually happens, right, is you'll select which types of strategies or technologies you want to employ. Some may be more effective than others, and then that'll inform what you think is achievable for the longer term phase 3 that includes both the detection operations and capital investment portion.
And you also have the opportunity to provide us that data through your electronic annual report, because those tables there, which actually have these rows on different technologies and also space for others, if you didn't find them in our table, you could check if you tracked any information on this, or if you didn't consider the technology for a system-wide implementation for some reason, and there is a comment box there. So if you really want to inform us on this, so that would be the way.
Casey from East Bay Mud. If a utility files for an adjustment, will there be an appeals process if the state board makes a decision on the adjustment, and would the utility be able to appeal that decision?
So again, the way we're conceiving this is that the staff will evaluate the adjustment requests and then make a recommendation, and then the board will act on that recommendation. So the appeals process, as it were, is a direct petition to the board if a utility disagrees with what the staff recommendation is.
At this moment, we're going to take a 10-minute break. If you could please be back at 1:55. Thank you. be starting shortly. Okay, we're now about to start on the last segment of today's workshop, which is the overview of economic framework for performance standards. Again, as a courtesy, we do ask that you silence all of your electronic devices. Thank you.
MOA is very strict about electronic devices. We will have, just wanted to say it out front, that we will have a separate workshop on the detailed economic model around May or June. And this is kind of to overview the framework that will, that model will rest on. And again, to put it out there, we will clearly state all the assumptions and the data that goes into the economic model when we have something for you to review towards spring. Again, this is a very frequently seen graphic in the world of water loss control. The basic idea is that all leaks in the system cannot be fixed if you're looking at it on a cost-effective basis. There is always leakage in the system which is not technically recoverable. There is leakage in the system which really it's not economical to go for that level of leakage, but there is potentially a level of leakage that you can go for with some economic efficiency in mind. So this kind of plot here on the left shows really what we are looking at with respect to the economic model. Typically, if you look at the level of leakage that a system has and the costs that go into it, as the level of leakage in a system goes down, it's that much more difficult to get or recover more leakage from that system. So that's what this blue curve shows here, that the lower your leakage, the higher its the cost of implementation or leakage recovery is going to be. With the red curve, it's really the benefits associated with water loss control, which means that with water loss control and recovering that lost water, there are associated benefits and there are costs that a system would avoid. And that is that red curve over there. And as a system has more and more leakage, as it amounts to a larger volume, it could translate to a much higher really cost of lost water, which could mean additional capacity or more expensive water. That could be a result of high leakage in the system. And what we are going for here with this economic assessment is to find that spot where the costs match the benefits, at least that. So we are looking for the economic level of leakage when we set these performance targets. Looking at the costs of compliance, we've been through this stakeholder process. We've heard about what goes into implementing a certain intervention. It's all these associated costs, be it staffing or buying the equipment or installing it, and eventually operating it, maintaining it, the additional monitoring that goes into it, the recording. All those costs will be considered in this model, and we'll have several inputs, of course, from the electronic annual reports, literature, other reports that have come out on pilot studies and system-wide studies. Additionally, there are typical costs that go into implementing an intervention, but there are certain system characteristics that could really influence these costs. For example, we talked about plastic pipes in the morning, and for, say, a larger pipe, if a system has some sets of larger pipes, then it might be more difficult to use typical sound-based leak detection methods because the sound is just lost in that large pipe. So system characteristics like those would impact these costs. With leakage management, really, it's a long-term approach. And given the patterns of climate change that we are seeing already with warmer temperatures, more precipitation as rain, multi-year droughts, it is essential to have this long-term infrastructure strategy in mind when planning ahead, to have a resilient system so that eventually when we need it, we do not have a system that leaks out that water. We want to plan ahead and have that efficient operation and capital investment in mind when we really develop these performance standards. So given the long-term planning, there are several benefits that come from water loss control, water that is recovered. One is you put all this energy into treating that water, supplying it to customers. Some systems which have this undulating gradient have to supply more energy in getting that water to customers. Some systems have to import that water, so that's added energy costs. There's treatment costs, there's pipeline costs. And additionally, when you are planning this, there is also this avoided cost of water. We talked about how higher the level of leakage, it could translate into additional capacity. There are other benefits from water loss control which are not just related to the recovered water. The other benefits stem from main breaks, and those big breaks that occur which cause a lot more damage than just, I won't say just the lost water, but much more damage than the lost water. There is cost of outages. Essential services such as firefighting suffer, hospitals, bottled water sales go up. There are property damages, impacts on traffic, and there is this qualitative overall benefit in water loss control, which is earning trust, right? It's customer satisfaction. They see you, they see you doing more proactive leak detection, and that's where it's an added brownie point. And they also see that there are lesser leaks in the system, which means the system is taken care of. So there are more benefits with water loss control than just the lost water. So when we look at putting together these cost curves and getting from a higher level of leakage, now to explain this plot, as you go right, it means that the system has a higher level of leakage. And as you go up, it means that it's a higher cost to implement a certain intervention. So what we will be looking at is, given the intervention toolbox or the set of technologies that are available out there, what is a reasonable cost in achieving a certain recovery of water loss? So to get from that lower point with the higher level of leakage to, the rightmost point with the higher level of leakage to the left point with a lower level of leakage, what costs go in and what are the benefits that come out of it? So that's where a balancing comes in. And again, it would be a combination of technologies that will achieve this level of leakage. And we talked a little bit about the quadrant analysis in the morning, where we talked about preliminary analysis to decide or to determine the likelihood of which systems might use which technology. And looking at real loss and pressure together is a way to do that. And that's what we are proposing here. So so just to sum it up, for the initial performance standards, we'll be looking at data we have from water loss audits, electronic annual reports, and figure out this balance between benefits and costs. And the costs will be essentially going from a level of higher leakage to a lower leakage, given that toolbox that you have. With phases 1 and 2, there will be additional data that go into the process. So we have the component analysis, 3 of them. And so this is basically describing what phases 1 and 2 come with. It's the pressure monitoring, component analysis, and a standard for allowable water loss volume. And so this summarizes what the actual equation is. So if you look at the bottom, what costs go in are the monitoring and analysis in addition to the audits. So the additional analysis that go in is the component analysis and grade 4 pressure monitoring. And there is this cost for implementing interventions for reducing the level of leakage. And this will be traded off with the avoided cost of lost water, given the benefits that we saw. Now, there are a whole lot of data that will feed into this economic model, and those will be water loss estimates to determine where you are on that curve. If you have a high level of leakage, it could possibly mean that you will have that higher efficiency to reduce your leakage because you have a lot more leakage to recover. If you're at a lower level of leakage already, then it might not be so efficient for you to invest a whole lot in recovering a lot more leakage. There are system characteristics which could push up that curve a little bit in terms of costs and give you higher costs because you just have a lot more plastic pipe or cement pipe in your system, for example. We'll also have data on what kind of efficiencies different intervention technologies have at what costs. So we'll have data from electronic annual reports, which really tell us how much system suppliers spent on a certain intervention technology and where it got them in terms of water loss control. And if they want to qualify it in a certain way with comments, that's welcome as well. But we'll have that data from electronic annual reports. We'll supplement it from literature and other pilot studies. And we'll have data on avoided costs for outages, damages, and energy and capacity. So for the initial performance standards that will be set out for 2027, 2035, in 2020, we'll work with these data. And just to recap, there will be adjustments in phases 1 and 2 for compliance date, and there will be also an adjustment for the allowable water loss volume at the end of phase 2. And that adjustment will feed into the reassessment. at the end of phase 2 will feed into the reassessment. So at the end of phases 1 and 2, when we really reach that time point where we reassess the allowable water loss volume for 2035 and beyond, we'll have additional data. We'll have about 10 years of water loss audit data beginning in 2017 to 2027. And there will be adjustments, which means we'll know more about system constraints, and we'll have more data on efficiencies of different technologies, more data on new technologies if they have come up. And this will go into the reassessment of initial standards. And the reassessed standard, just to remind you, can be prorated over this period from 2028 to 2035. Beginning 2035, suppliers will maintain an allowable water loss volume. So what's new? It's the same graphic as before, what goes into the model, but there are some things new here, especially the green text, which is because of the component analysis that suppliers will submit, we'll have more information on what kind of leakage really is going on in different systems, which will give us information on what type of technologies they are likely to use, the costs associated with them, and also we'll learn more about implementation constraints and how they drive up costs for certain intervention technologies. Other than that, we spoke about how we'll have more water loss audits, more estimates, so more stability in the estimates, and more system characteristics. So eventually, given these new data, the reassessment will involve kind of supplementing the model with this additional data. So to summarize the entire framework, it's a long-term phased approach, and it kind of weaves in this idea that it's an ongoing dynamic process. There have to be field implementations, and despite it being this despite it being this long-term plan, there needs to be constant input from actual implementation for it to work. We also are looking for cost effectiveness and recovering that additional water loss volume, provided it's cost effective. For that, we'll have data from various mechanisms, and we looked at benefits which are additional to just recovered water, which is reducing outages, reducing those damages from breaks, avoided cost of water, and this overarching kind of benefit of customer satisfaction. So right now, we did say that there will be a workshop in spring, a detailed workshop on the economic analysis, and we'll provide something for you to review well in advance. We will provide the assumptions and the data that we use for developing this economic model. The formal rulemaking process is set to begin in June this year. So I will keep it at that, and there is obviously the framework document which is up on our program webpage. I'll keep it up for now.
Before I take any questions right now, and I have you next, there's an online question, and there'll be.
And before we do that, I just want to remind people on the next steps also that this is a big formal rulemaking, so it has formal comment periods, right? It's not as if we just issue these rules and then the board votes on them. In addition to the formal regulation text itself, right, we will have a CEQA analysis, and we'll have a statewide economic analysis that go along with that as part of the full regulatory package. So you'll see that all in draft form as the formal process commences in July.
Okay, and the first question, again, is from Alan Kartiki. Regarding cost curves, do you expect to develop uniform cost curves for all of the state of California, or will they be based on regions in the state or even local costs and benefits? Same question for avoided costs.
So we envision separate cost curves for different systems because it heavily depends on system characteristics and the type of leakage that systems have. And it might be a mix of intervention technologies, and the very intervention technologies that they are likely to use also depends on this. So it will be different cost curves for all utilities. Similarly for avoided cost curves, but I will also want Max to chime in on that.
Yeah, so of course, there's some places where we can make regional assessments depending on what we're talking about. So to give one example, right, if we're talking about what the marginal cost of water is in most of Southern California for systems that are mostly reliant on MET, right, we can make projections about what that cost looks like over time, right? And so, I know there's more nuance there, Jack, but again, right, so when we're looking at this, what we're going to try to do is figure out, okay, each system has its own cost curve, and what can we plug in terms of the cost of a certain intervention for that system. Well, if we know that similar systems have similar experiences using that technology and we know what the costs are, we can make approximations there. Again, we have to look at marginal cost of next unit of supply for each system, and then we have to look at site-specific or system-specific factors. So it'll be a mix, and again, we're going to sort of lay out every step when we do our subsequent workshop on the economic model.
We have our first question right here.
Sophia Marcus, LEDWP. In the intervention strategies costs, is there a consideration of things that seem to show up in the avoided issues, things like outages and traffic impacts? We might still see that with certain intervention strategies, such as pipe replacement. So is that cost included in the cost of the intervention strategies as well? And then have you also considered under operation and maintenance that often we have to pay for service agreements, like for cellular data or for software licenses, and these are often annual costs. Are those things also being considered in the cost of the intervention strategies?
Is it okay? I'll answer the second question first, and if you want, you can answer. For the second question with added costs with cellular networks, typically what costs, the form that costs are reported in is the total cost, and that includes mostly these additional associated costs. Also, for electronic annual reports, we have kind of kept that in mind and made sure that those additional rows with say software or cell service that goes with a particular technology, there is a place to add those costs in as well.
Yeah, and with regard to pipe replacement, obviously, pipe replacement after the pipe bursts is very expensive and disruptive, and pipe replacement before the pipe bursts also has its own set of costs associated with that. That's the reality of the modern city, where the pipes are underground, and there are a lot of people who are inconvenienced, and worse when you've got to dig up the street. So yes, I mean, the basic answer is we're going to factor that in, and in addition on that particular piece, right, one of the things we do have to look at as part of the CEQA analysis are those types of impacts, right, because CEQA requires impacts of traffic and noise and sort of other quality of life considerations as part of its analysis. So we have to weave that in.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Jack Hawks, California Water Association. I just want to make sure I heard you right, Max and Kartiki. I think I'm okay with this granularized approach to the cost curves on the intervention costs and the monitoring costs. On the avoided costs, though, I really am thinking we're down to system specific. I think the individual water agencies they need to be able to factor in not just short-run marginal costs like going to Met, but some degree of long-run marginal cost in this analysis. And I would hope that the rulemaking will allow that to happen. Okay, because I think each water agency could actually justify their avoided cost in the analysis to the water board staff here. That would be satisfactory. I'm hopeful that I'm fine on the one side coming from you. I'm less fine on the other side, on the avoided cost side.
Yeah, it's a good point, and I would say at this point, we welcome suggestions and thoughts about how to sort of marry the short-run marginal costs with the longer run piece.
Yeah, Ed Osan with NRDC. The current edition of the M36 has some more extended discussion about the impact on the relationship, or the relationship between pressure and main breaks, and the impact of pressure management on reduction of main breaks. Is that something that you think you can capture in this, in the economic analysis, the propensity for intervention strategies to reduce the frequency of main breaks, and then be able to characterize those costs that are avoided?
So right now, the particular research on pressure relating with main breaks, there is a fair bit of scatter involved, but main breaks are affected by very high pressure, and given the pressure that utilities will report, it will be a consideration in the model. So depending on what that pressure, operating pressure is, that could be something that affects main breaks, because it's not just the average operational pressure, it's the very high maximum pressure that affects it, and that does drive up the average. So in that way, we are looking to consider it in the model. Again, we are open to input.
Okay. I guess put another way, and thank you for that answer, but put another way, you had, in part of your most recent presentation, you had a number of other factors associated with water loss episodes, and your point was that in some of these cases, the cost of the lost water is sort of the least of it when you consider pavement and traffic and boil water alerts and so on. So you are planning on some approach for monetizing those costs, and that they would be influenced by various intervention strategies?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just to underscore the point I made in response to the question this morning on pressure, pressure management, I think in some ways is the trickiest part of this, because there are the fire flow requirements. And, it's not just about the average pressure, right? It's about the spikes, it's about the transients. And so, I think there's definitely opportunity for a lot of utilities to do more on pressure, but it's going to be a difficult sort of process to try to analyze what looks reasonable and what's the cost profiles with that. So again, we're definitely open to ideas there.
Richard with East Bay Mud. Yeah, I just wanted to appreciate the significant amount of effort that's in this proposal, and I think we will share in ambitions and challenges together going forward. My question is on the next steps, as we get into or before the formal rulemaking process. Two-part question. One is, when do you envision, or if you're going to have let's test drive this, and you're actually going to be sharing with the recipient utilities what their beta number looks like to get some feedback prior to or during, is that worked into the process, and how do you see that process unfolding?
Yeah, so ideally, when we issue the sort of full draft regulatory package in July, right, there will be I would envision it this way, an appendix to it, which then has a table, right? And each water utility, and here's the formula, and here are the initial numbers, right? And here's what that initial 2027 target and 2035 target looks like. And that way, as part of the initial round of comments on the proposed rulemaking, everyone can play around with those numbers.
Thank you, Max. I guess a follow-up, and based on Dave Boland's comment earlier, then will you be having a website or a file or reach out to each utility to show the transparency and the details of individual utility 410 calculations?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're going to try to have the overall formula and then show for each utility which numbers and which assumptions go into that. So I'm not exactly sure how we'll manage that in terms of the database aspect of that. Again, we'll have to figure that out, whether it's right, but probably having a portal on the website where you can click on the utility and then the information for each utility is there might be the easiest way to handle that.
This is going back a little bit. With regard to the component analyses, will those be submitted electronically, and will they be publicly available, say in the manner that the audits are publicly available?
I think that's the aspiration, right? I mean, we want transparency. We want public availability of all the documents associated with this. So,
okay.
And electronic submission is way easier than paper. Not to mention it has benefits of using less paper.
Second question is, going back to the economic model, is the economic model going to be part of the rule and subject to notice and comment the same way as the performance standards themselves?
Yes is the short answer. So there's a couple pieces to this, right? There's the formula that we'll use to determine the volumetric standard, right? And that's sort of the core of the rule, and the economic analysis feeds into that formula, right? Because there are values, right, that go in there. There's a different type of economic analysis which is required by statute for statewide economic impacts, and that is very specified in terms of what we're supposed to look at and impacts to different sectors of the economy and how that's calculated. Again, it's mandated by statute. There's a very specific form that has to go to the Department of Finance. So that's the formal statewide economic analysis. But I think what you're asking about is the analysis that informs the standards for each of the utilities, that will get written into the regulatory.
The economic model that you're building for this rule.
Right.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All yours.
So it's that time on Friday afternoon. So here's what I'll say, right? I know, we'll be looking at dates for, the subsequent workshop. I think, probably mid to late May is, maybe early June at the latest. We'll be looking, certainly, I'll say after the Aqua Conference and before the adoption of the state budget. Somewhere in that time frame is where we'll be looking to have this subsequent workshop. We will give lots of advance notice so that people have all the documentation associated with the model. We're not in a formal rulemaking yet, so we don't have formal comment periods at this point. But again, if we presented a lot today, if there's stuff you want to follow up on, obviously you can simply reach us by phone or email. But again, if your agency or organization wants to write a formal letter, that's obviously fine as well. And we will be, over the next few months, developing this economic model, refining what we've presented today based on feedback from today and anything else, and feedback from our board members as well. So, I appreciate everyone hanging in there on a Friday. I know we went through a lot. It's a lot to digest. So, we're definitely open to follow-up conversations, clarifying questions, going forward. So, Dave, got one more thing. Yeah, we'll get everything up on the website. And then, we're doing a mirror, another one of these down at Inland Empire on Monday. So for those with colleagues in Southern California who missed this one, they can come to the Monday workshop as well.
We really tried to not do this on a Friday, trust me, but this was the only date. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for joining us over the webcast. Again, this is where you can find the document for the framework. It's under programs, under conservation. If you have questions, please email me. Questions, inputs, suggestions, all are welcome. And the slides should be up within the next week on this same program page.
Okay, we're adjourned.